Oh. 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 Right. Let's force ourselves to get moving. Oh boy. So what are we doing today? I think we're just going through actions here. No, I don't want to give you feedback. Because every error is in here now. And this is actions. Here we have combat actions, items. So basically what we need to do here now is we need to create the animations. Because here I'm like loading effects and stuff. Here we're loading an effect, which is a barrier in this case. I think I set the barrier to not do anything or not take anything. So we create the effect, and then I would say that we have to initialize the effect. I feel like that's better. It should have an init. There are still errors here. It's not quite... not listing everything. There might still be a lot of errors somewhere, but I'm not sure where. But yeah, here... here I'm not sure how to list it exactly. Still have errors here too. So yeah, for whatever reason... Can you type sprite like that instead? Yeah, you can. It's either that or ass. Either works. And here, We'll leave that. That's a good error. Effect object list.add. So, because it gets added to the object list here. So, I don't know if I want to have this separate list. It might be good to have, but I don't think it's necessary. Because to spawn an effect, you have to, or to spawn an effect object, you have to spawn an effect. And the effect handles the object. What do I need to do right now? So here we have a barrier effect, right? So we need to make more of these. So here we made an index. Wait, what happened to my indexer? It worked before, didn't it? This is where you do it. Okay, so what we need here is... No. Right, the reason this is wrong here is because I copied this from here. And here, this is how it works. Here, this is all good. But we don't need to mess with Rhea right now. What we need to do is we need to make more effects, which means we copy barrier, which here. But the Healing Twinkle really only has one twinkle. So that's all there is to it. This is only an animation module. which means an animation module contains first update. It needs to contain more stuff here. We need a boolean that says is active. Or should I say is playing, rather. And then I want a public void, virtual void play. If is playing is false, I don't know if this needs to be done. But first update might need to be set to true. If first update is not true, then we set delta time. Else, if first update, we do that. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Because what first update does is that when you press play, if you press play and you update the current time on the frame where you press play, you will skip part of the first frame. You won't play the full frame. And that's why you need to skip the first update. What am I doing with the last index here? Nothing. Actually, yeah, the idea with last index is that Because here we're changing current time. And we're checking if current time is greater than the current index plus 1's start time. And if it is, then we increment current index. And I guess the idea here was to check the previous index against this, but I don't think you ever need to do that. Because here, whenever you change the current index, that's when you should change the frame. But here we're doing play animation 2. What is that doing? We're setting it to the current index. That is all. So that's not really needed. Like, I don't need to set the sprite over and over again. Finish moving functionality to play animations over from the effect object to here. But this is also wrong. You just need to set the twinkle here. And then here we have an animation update, right? Now, we have an is playing, but what we need to say here is, I mean, I think is playing is fine, right? If is playing, then we'll run this. So for an animation to be able to run, it should always say if it is playing, then do this and that. But don't need to do like, it doesn't need to work like that. It's a little bit of a clunky way of writing it, I think. can write public void check if playing. And then we say if... No, that doesn't work. We can't return a return, can we? No. So I have to write it manually. If is playing, return. That's what we're gonna say. Alright, be right back. We're back. So set animation, let's see. This isn't correct. First update equals true. That's not correct. Yeah, let's not do that there. That's incorrect. Because when you are moving through an animation, when you're switching from the intro to the main animation, you have to skip parts of the first frame, because that's just how it's going to be. Otherwise, you're going to extend the animation based on the delta on the frame that it gets swapped. I'm just thinking, there are so many different ways to do things, so be a little tricky. Like, when the animation is over, it has to end, right? But how should that be handled? That's the question. I could make it. We could have a boolean here that says like public bool is finished, for example, and That way we could say that here, if current time is greater than current animation dot animation length, we can say is finished equals true. We can also say something like public virtual void finish. Call that is playing equals false, finished equals true. Then in here we just called finish. And it's just going to do this. Now, the question is, how should I handle the visuals? Like, the animation is going to end at its final frame. So, set play animation here is going to say base object dot set sprite, and then it's going to set it to the sprite, right? But should we then say, when we finish it, base object dot set sprite null? Like, is that what we should do? Is that how we hide it? If sprite equals null, I don't know how it's handled if it's null, but we'll see. Something like that. Not sure what's going on here. Don't think we should even have a set position here. This has nothing to do with that. It's a little difficult to do what I'm doing right now because it's kind of overwhelming. It's an overwhelming amount of things that need to be done right now. I need to do this too, apparently. Finish moving functionality. I don't even know if I need more than that. I don't think so. I think it might be done. Here we have play animation. I'm self-destroying it here. But now I want to handle stuff like that through the effect itself. I think it's fine. Last index seems to be something I don't really need to use. Not using it here. Now this needs to be a little bit more advanced. This needs a for loop. So here we're checking if current time is greater than current animation.frames, current index plus 1 start time. So we're checking if the current time is greater than the start time of the next frame. And if it is, then we are setting current index to +1. However, what we need to do is we need to set this to +1. And then we need to check again. And the index length here is going to be current animation.frames.length. And the reason for that is because you might have a big lag spike and enough time might pass from the previous frame that the delta time is really large, so that it might actually skip like 3 frames ahead. So we can't just check the next frame, we need to check the next frame and the frames after. This needs to be length -1. Because we're checking ahead, right? Oh, Jano. Enjoying living on God's green earth today? Yeah. How are you doing? I think that should be correct. But I think this should be a function. So what should we call this? Public void. Check current index. Maybe. It should just look like that. And this should be here. Maybe we name it like progress current time. Progress animation time. Something like that. If current animation dot loop. This isn't actually something that needs to be here. Well, actually, this should exist in here. There. Progress animation time. If current animation is a loop, then the current time has to be looped before we start changing indices. And that means that if all right, so if current animation dot loop and current time is greater than animation length, then we do that. And then we say else if this is not true, then we do this instead. And what this means is that we have to say, we have to do something like this. Current index equals 0. And then we have to do the for loop again to check where are we. Yeah, that seems right. Oh, tonight Path of Exile 2 finally gets a new update. This week has been torture. I have not had anything I wanted to do at all. So we will be doing that later tonight. And here we can do this. Instead of saying if first update, we can just call progress animation time. And here we can say if first update. Wait, what the hell? Yeah, if first update, then we return. Why is this an error? Oh, it's because of this. If current time is greater than current animation length, finish. So this should be a part of... No, that shouldn't be a part of that. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna join any watch along. I'm gonna play Path of Exile tonight and then go to bed. And this has to be like this. This cannot be a part of progress animation time, because this is unique to each animation. This is not. This is just progressing the thing. While here, we are handling what happens if it's not looping. Now, yeah. More or less. This might have to change. I might have to move something back out again, but I think it's fine. We can also just make this a virtual. I don't think it matters if it's a virtual. Like, I think anything can be a virtual and it doesn't really affect anything. It just means that I could override it if necessary. Like here, I have animation update, which is overridden everywhere. can do that, and then here, instead of doing this... No, that won't work. But it should be like this. It's a little sad, because I wish you could make a function that returns. But I wonder if you can. C# function that calls return. I'm gonna ask. C. Hello, how's it going? Oh, tell me. Do you know? Is it possible to return a method that calls return when it returns? That makes sense. Like here, the entire point of this function is to just check, are we paused or are we not playing? And then it returns. So it's supposed to be just like a stopper. But I want to have it here, so I want to type like base.animation update. And I want this to, when it returns, it'll either return or just continue. But I don't think that's possible. I would have to just write something like this. It would have to be like a boolean or whatever. I think yeah, what I mean is, let's say we write like this: public void check if paused. And then we do this. Now, what I can do here is I can say bool return true, else return false, right? And then here I can say if check if paused, then we return. That works, right? All I really wanted to do was have a function that did the same thing, except I didn't have to type return. It would just be like this. And then this would just end the method. But that doesn't seem to be something that's possible. Probably also just unnecessary. I just wanted to avoid writing things. But this is okay. This is okay. Because I need to write a lot of animations, and I just wanted to... reduce the amount of BS I have to write here. No, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I assumed as much. And here, let's make this a boolean too. But let's make this a getter. Let's say public bool is animation what did I call it? If current time is greater than animation length. Doesn't need to be a getter. We can say it. Check if animation ended. We just write return. If current time is greater, then we return true, else false. Let's write it the same way here. It's much more elegant. And then here we say if, check if animation ended. I think that should be good. Does it need this? Yeah. I think that should be right. And that's pretty much done. We just need a back for Cyrus Case here now too. End of front. End of Cyrus Case. Back. Back. What else do we have? So now we have a module for the beam, the healing twinkle, the barrier, fire hit. I don't really like how they're sorted right now. Because right now here it's just like effect barrier and that's it. I feel like it should be like spells. Spells. I don't know what to call, like, when you get hit and it plays like an animation based on that. Like, if you take fire damage, I'm spawning some flames on you. I don't really know what to call that. Because that's, like, not a spell effect. I would just call it an effect, but it's already called effects. So that's like a on hit or something. Not a particle. I might need to make a particle system later. damage animation on hit reaction. Yeah, that's the thing. They all make sense, but are any of them good? 'Cause I also want it to be a little bit succinct. I don't know if I actually need to have something like that. It would just make it easier to find things. I think we might go with public class spells. Barrier, Healing Twinkle, Iris Gaze. Right, and then end of spells. End of effects, I think. Yeah. So then here we might call it public class on hit. Fire hit. And then here we have effects. I haven't written the effect yet. I'll be right back again.
夢を見て目が覚めて君がいなくて探しかけて気がついて少しだけ笑って消えていったぬくもりを指先が思い出して声が聞きたくて触れたくてでもできなくてそうねだけど世界はずっと綺麗なままだね君一人いないなんて不思議だね一緒だったあの時が本当のことだから二人生きてたこの世界が綺麗なんだね木々の青空に伸びて風の歌運んで光あふれて暖かくて涙
And we're back. Right, so we need to write the animation. Sprite sheet data path. Graphics data path. So it's in graphics, sprite sheets, effects. Hit effects. Something like that. Something like that. Generate sprite order array. 7. Generate initialized int array. 7. Allow mirror. Maybe, sure. Loop, false, yeah. Let me go back here. Effects. On hit. Fire hit. This is Ria. It's not done, so gonna need. That's a lot more complicated. setting up an entire character here. So we'll leave the errors there because it's gonna make it easier to find it again. What is left? Lightning strike. Right, we can set up lightning strike. Let's call it lightning. And it is 8. Ah! Right, so we got a lightning strike there. Then we just go back here, find... Let's go with Healing Twinkle. Lightning strike. Should this be static? Yes. Public static class spells. Public static class Cyrus Gaze. There. And then let's make a public static class for Lightning Strike 2. Oh, I ended up calling it Lightning. That's really all there is to it. But now we have effects, right? So an effect still needs entity data, but that doesn't go there. So that goes data module database effects. Public static class spells. Public static class on hit. And then we have barrier, we have Cyrus Gaze, back and front. Can you have the same name? Can I do like public static class barrier? Or is it unable to have the same name? Why? Let's just call it a shield or something. It's almost... No, let's call it... Barrier Run. Because almost all spells are gonna have multiple parts, right? The barrier, if it ends up having like some kind of circle around it or whatever, that's gonna need to be 2 parts, because one is gonna be the back, like it's gonna go behind the character. One part is gonna go in front, etc. So now we have a lightning strike data module as well. Then we need to go to object database. And then here we have entities, EC effects, public static class spells, public static class on hit. Something like that. I think I'm going to say that no matter what, it should always be contained within a static class first. So if we say we go into to find an animation, we go into spells, and then instead of it just being spells barrier, it's gonna be spells barrier front, or spells barrier. Even if it just has one component, it's just gonna be spells barrier main or whatever. Just so that it is consistent, and also so that there's room to add more things without having to readjust everything. These have to be copied. Or could this be like a getter? Can you do that? That way it's not stored. It just returns it when you ask for it. Or it instantiates one when you ask for it. Is this how I should be doing it? Is this smarter? That way I don't need to deal with copying and shit. But in that case, do I even need the core data concept? Because it could be written like this, couldn't it? So we have a public static core data, no, animation module. Animation module. And that's just a getter that says return new LOT animation module database dot entities dot effects dot spells dot Cyrus Gaze dot back. Right? I can do this. And then we can say object data module data module. And then we change that to that. And then here we can just write object data module. And here we can write animation module. I don't know if this is just too much. Okay, you actually need brackets for getters. Right? So this way, instead of it just being like a core data is set here and we have to copy it, instead what happens is that we can access all of the databases from here. Is that worth it? I could just write, like if I need to access the animation, I could just go to the animation database, but If I write it this way, I could fetch only the animation module if I need to, and fetching the core data will fetch a core data. And then that just uses these getters instead. This should be a snippet. That's what this should be. So, how do you do that? Snippet manager. C#, making a snippet. And this is called core data snippet. No, let's just call it core data. LOT underscore core data. Language. C#. C data. This is the snippet data. And we type in that. I think. Like that. One second. I did put snippets somewhere, but I don't remember where. Maybe on the other hard drive? Alright, whatever. Then you go to Code Snippets Manager, C#, add. Hello, Lid. I'm making a turn-based RPG. Right now I'm just trying to make a snippet here. Did it go? Save as. Save as. Core data dot snippet. And then we. There it is. Alright. Does it work now? Object, database. Snippet. Insert snippet. For data. Yeah, that looks correct. So now we can write this out without having to copy paste. And then we just replace this with whatever it should be. Which I have to do because these are incorrect. So we're gonna import that, and then we're gonna say this is data module that goes there. This is the animation module, it goes there. And then we delete that core data. And that's what it's gonna look like now. Well, we are working, I'm still making the engine, mainly. There are a lot of things to do. There. Ria does not have a behavior module, but she has a combat module. There. Here we can just implement the empty core data. What just happened? What? What is happening? Why is it adding stuff? It should just do that, this, that. Where is this coming from? Why is there another... Oh, what is happening? This is so weird. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. It's because this is a public... This is a different thing. This should just say static class Aya. And then here we should have the snippet. There. These are also wrong. Hello, Jolly. It's going all right. It's almost time for a little break, though. I'm gonna go to the store and buy something for tonight. Tonight is Path of Exile. New patch comes out in 6 hours. I think. Yep, 6 hours and 18 minutes. Now, here there's just a lot of busy work, unfortunately. I have to fix all of these, change them to static, implement the snippet. Objects to I think everything should be done here now. Except I haven't added everything, but this should be correct. Except we have to also manually add everything to here. Oh no! Oh. Ah, this is the issue. How do I handle it? Oh, this is so annoying. Hello, Mordenstein. Are you still eating just beef? More or less, yeah. Maybe this is okay. Maybe this is okay. I mean, no, it isn't. Fuck. I hate this. How did you decide to go with nested static classes instead of, say, 1x animation database, 1x character database, then get and combine them only when you need to build a character? I mean, it's the same thing, kinda. I guess the main reason I did it was for structure. Because you see, like, I have this, I've named this class Object Database. And that way, if I want to access, like, Ria or a spell or something, I can just type LOT object database dot entities dot PC dot Ria, right? And apparently I can't access the core data. And like having a, I don't really know exactly what, when you say database, I don't know exactly what you mean, if that's like a specific thing in your mind. Because either way, it's stored in memory, right? But it could be like, there's so many ways you can do it. You can have like a dictionary or something, and then you just store something there. Like maybe that's just a path to like a data file. So you just like fetch the path, and then you fetch the data file, and then you fetch the information in the file by loading the file. Right now, it's just stored in memory, or you know, I'm just doing it like this, right? And I don't know if that's a bad idea. But the main issue here is that even if I do have this, right? Let's say core data test equals LOT object database dot entities dot PC dot Ria dot core data. And here now I can access the core data, and so it does work. You can access it. But the issue is that it doesn't have an ID right now. And I might have to set like an ID in here. Like the core data might need to contain an ID value. But what I don't like is that I don't really know how to fetch it in a good way. Because right here, what I'm doing is I'm using a dictionary, right? And I'm storing Ria's core data at a certain value here. But if I do this, it's not actually fetching, like it's not actually calling this. It's storing a copy of this or an instance. And what I did before was something like that, but I think we went over this like last time, but it was so long ago, I don't really remember. And I don't really remember what my solutions were. Oh, ciao, ciao. How's it going? That's where the funk thing comes in, right? That's what we did before, funk. But I don't remember where I wrote it. Dark Souls 2 turns out is pretty fun. Feel like I'm way better at it than when I played when it came out. Well, glad you're having fun. I would absolutely not have fun in Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I don't know. Cannot declare instant members in a static class. But it's not like it's just this that's... I mean, this should be fine, right? Because it's not... We're not actually trying to fetch this. This is just the getter. it's actually returning a new instance of a core data. So it's just the line that's static, not the actual return value. And same thing here. Beat my first red phantom by just running away from him from 30 minutes. Okay, sounds good. But like, this isn't a function, right? So the question is, should this be stored as a getter or should this be a function? Because if this is a function, then I could return a function that just fetches this, right? Like, it could just be like that, and then it's not a getter at all, and we just do that, right? Like, that would work too. It doesn't have to be a getter. There! That's how it should be. So now I can fetch this function that returns this using the key. That's how it should be. But then again, the question is, maybe this new core data, maybe this should have a public vector reint key as well. Because that way we can do that. Because after I've stored, because this doesn't work anymore. Because what I could do before was as I was just storing the core data in here, I could just ask the dictionary which key the core data belonged to. But I don't think that's actually viable, because either way, I have to make a copy of it, and if it's a copy, then it's no longer the same, right? So asking the dictionary like which key the copy belongs to is not gonna, it's gonna say it doesn't exist. So I'm gonna have to store the key no matter what. And what we should do here is we should say public static vector3int key. And that should be a getter that says return new vector3int int faction.astria 00. And here, instead of saying this, we should just say entities.pc.ria.key. That makes a lot more sense, I think. And then here, this says key. That way, I don't have to... Because the concern, right, is that I have to manage the keys here. In fact, the keys should maybe be somewhere else, so that you can have them in a list, so you can have more of an overview. Like, up here maybe even. Just here, a list of keys. Maybe even a dictionary of keys. Sure. Or a list of keys or something, I'm not sure. But this could be okay, it's just that... Let's say we have like 300 objects. Maybe more, 500 objects. Managing this and making sure that none of them repeat, that's the concern. And I don't know what the best way to do this might be. It might just throw an error. That might be what happens, because this dictionary is gonna have to contain everything, and if I just have keys here and I try to write the same thing to the same key twice, I don't know what it does, if that throws an error. Like if I were to just repeat this line, is that gonna throw an error? I think it might. I don't even think that's what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to be like this. Means we make it look like this. I don't know if that's going to complain that I'm trying to add to the same key twice, or if it just overwrites. Either way, we're going to have to set this up a little bit. for everything here, and we have to fix this shit. But I'm gonna go on my break. We actually went 40 minutes over, which is good. I'm gonna go to the store, so it might take a little while, but I'll be back soon. So, see ya.
Back.
Okay, so if the key is the same on two variables or in two entries, then it won't work. So this is safe. Right? And I don't actually need to have a dictionary in each section. Like here, I don't need to have a dictionary for animations. I don't need to have a dictionary for combat modules. Don't need to have a dictionary here. Because all that matters is that I have the correct core. Here, I would like this to be like public enum object type. Or should we say entity type? And what should that entail? Object, static object, dynamic object, NPC, PC, effect, spell effect, on hit effect, and I don't know what else might be an entity type. All right. So I feel like the key is overcomplicated, but I also don't know if it really matters that much. Yeah. Again, the key is super overcomplicated. It doesn't need to have any of this. I just wanted the key to contain some kind of logic to it instead of just being zero, you know, just a straight up integer. So that the key is also part, you know, there's some sorting going on there. But for example, a player character doesn't need a faction. Not really. But that's for this project. If I was to use this engine for something else, this could be a little different. Like, let's say this was Total War Warhammer or something. Then you could have the entity type that could be like player factions. And then there you could have faction. And then just like whatever unit exists within that faction. And that's the key. So I think this is fine. I'm just wondering if there's any better way to write this so I don't have to repeat so much. Kinda don't think so. I think it has to be like this. On hit effects won't have a faction though. So I guess we'll just do zeros there. Could also be parts. So here, for example, this is Cyrus Gaze. So here we can have entity type spell effect. And then we can set this to be like 0. And then this is front, so that's 0. And then back, that's spell effect 0, 1. So Cyrus Gaze is 0. The torch is a static object. Doesn't have a faction. 0. Jesus Christ. Terrible. Where did that come from? I swallowed incorrectly. That's from where? Happens to me all the time. It actually starts happening when I start cheating on my diet. Then I get a little bit swollen in my throat, around where my thyroid is. And it makes me swallow incorrectly a lot more. And I have been cheating a little bit. Yeah, for me, it absolutely is. Like, I get a lot of weird things. Like nosebleeds and shit. They come immediately when I start cheating. If I stop cheating, then it goes away entirely. This takes a little longer to start. It probably doesn't help that I've been in the hospital either. I've had a cough and some irritation since ever since I came back from the hospital. What did I cheat with? Some bananas. I bought the other day. I bought the same thing I bought today. Little measly chocolate bars. They're not very big. I bought them because there's the Path of Exile released tonight. It's mainly bananas and that. I also had some. Before I went to the hospital, I had a little bit of potato chips and candy because I'd been feeling like shit like all week, and I was like, I just bought something because of that. Oh, I've also been eating tortillas with my tacos. That's pretty bad. No, cheating means pretty much anything that deviates from my meat-based diet. I eat a little bit of onion and crushed tomatoes with my tacos, but otherwise I pretty much only eat ground beef. But I ate only ground beef, like meat only, but I started adding in a little bit of onions, and that was fine, it felt like. And then I added in crushed tomatoes, and I feel like that's fine too. There's almost no carbohydrates in that at all. I don't know if it has a negative impact. But the second I start adding like anything, bread or whatever, then I start getting sick again. Nosebleeds, feel like feelings of fever, even though I don't have a fever. My stomach starts hurting more. And my throat gets a little swollen, and because that's my thyroid starts messing up again. And that does all kinds of things. Illness or lots of allergies? Well, that depends on your perspective. I would say I'm not actually ill. It's comes down to philosophy, I suppose. I think that I'm eating a more correct diet than what other people are. I think people should be eating meat. Like 80 to 90% of your diet should be meat and fat only. It's just some people tolerate things better. Everyone in my family has like real bad tolerance in reality. Like my dad has diabetes, but he doesn't really eat sugar or anything. My grandma had diabetes, same thing there. Most of the people in my family are fat as well. And the way I see it is a meat-based diet is like a correct human diet. But some people have developed more of a resistance to eating more other things like grains and whatever over the years. So people tolerate it more. But I don't think it's good for anyone. I think it's the source of a lot of cancers and metabolic disease, which is like the #1 medical issue in the world. Metabolic illness. Yeah, I've been sick for a long time. Like it's not just being burnt out. That's just a part of it. Like I've also been actually sick. I don't know how much of it is partially, you know, I did get my appendix removed. And that can have been chronic for years. Like I could have had an infection there that's been like going up and down. That has been making me feel like I have a fever, like even though, you know, because I've had all kinds of issues. So hopefully that might have been something. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's the case. Because like just exercising made me ill. And that's not right. And I'm talking like 10 minutes on my exercise bike. 3 times a week. Like that was almost too much. If I did more than that, I got sick. Probably still do, but I haven't exercised since the operation. But it's also been stress related, I think, partially. But it's hard to say how much is what. But I do feel like a little better, I think. It's really hard to say, though. It was kind of interesting, though. When I went on... They gave me antibiotics. And that was, like, insane. I've never felt anything like it. Because, like, they pumped antibiotic into me, just... intravenously. And when they did that, it was like my brain became like hyper focused. It was super weird. It was like it was almost too much. Even when I came home, it was still doing it. Like when I closed my eyes, it was like my mind was racing, and it was like, you know, when they talk about like if can you visualize an apple in your head? You know, that whole thing? And can you like rotate the apple in your mind and that kind of stuff? It was like that, but it was like I was in entire rooms filled with people I've never met, and it was like entire scenarios that I was like rotating around in my mind and like walking through doors and shit. Like it was super lucid and weird. But that lasted like 2 days after I came home, and then that stopped. But it it was really interesting. But I get to the point where it was like almost painful. Like you close your eyes and you couldn't stop your brain. So it was just like generating scenarios and visions and shit in my head. Like, yeah. But I was like, oh, do I have superpowers now? But no, they went away. I need to get more antibiotics. But the edible ones didn't really do the same thing. They need to pump it straight into my veins. What was it they gave? They gave me a specific one. It was called amoxicillin. Amoxicillin. That's what they gave me. It wasn't penicillin, it was amoxicillin. Amoxicillin. Oh, there's an X in there. Amoxicillin. But then people say the complete reverse as well, where they just get chronic brain fog from antibiotics. But that's what I've had, like, for 20 years, at least. More than that. But yes. Let's see what Unity says now. It's still complaining about the actions. Do we just do that and call it a day afterwards? It's... I kind of want entities to be above effects. These. Well, I don't actually know which issues remain, because when I look in Unity, it says there are 9 errors, and it's all just like object action. There are errors in object action, and it's in here, right? But when I go into like my main script, there's an error there. We go into controller, there's an error there. We go into... no errors there. Mouse controller, there's an error there. So there are errors a little bit here and there. But there are like errors that are making Unity unable to compile the rest. But what we need to do, and this is, it's the reason I say we do that and then call it a day, is because it's actually a pain in the ass. I don't think I've done it. Like, we have spell casting, combat actions, hurt, item, triple stab, overhead and power blade, defensive flurry. Okay, no, I've actually implemented all of it. Never mind then. So we have the animations. That means we need to implement the animation module for Rhea. How's that gonna work? Idle left. Idle up. Idle down. And then... This, I don't like this. But I guess... Up. Walk. What else? Dual idle. We also have dual intro. And we have dual end. Power blade. That's a lot of fucking indices. I don't like this at all. Whew. And now what we need to do with this is manually write a state machine. Yippee! Oh, it all needs to be written in here too. But idle east-west. These don't exist at the moment. Oh, come on, man. Oh, no, it does work. Needs to be written like this. Come on. Oh, it doesn't work. Really? Oh, wait, hold on. There, finally. And this is the biggest tedium as well with switching over to monogame. Because I'm gonna have to set up everything like this more manually. Like every every animation's gonna have to be set up manually by code, which is a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it's honestly not that much more work than like doing it via Unity. And like you'll have to, I'll have to set up like sprite sheets. That's gonna have to be set up manually. That's gonna suck ass. More than anything else, I think. How many characters there'll be at launch? Well, we won't have that many main characters. But I don't know exactly. I'm guessing like 10 to 14 maybe. But then there are, like every enemy also has walk and idle animations and combat animations, and it does have to be set up for everything. But there's also a lot of copy pasting done that can be done after setting it up once, so it's not that big of a deal. There, and these, we're gonna put these last. That's gonna make this a lot easier. Because these are the unique abilities that Ria has. So if everything else is like up there somewhere, it'll be fine. Now let's do this. I don't know if there's any way to auto format this. But usually it's faster to just do it than to sit around and wonder, can I optimize this and make it faster? Now, this is a little different. Here I'm doing check if animation ended, and we're doing finish. But here, it's gonna be a lot more complicated, because here we're just playing an animation, a one-off animation, and just turning it off. But here, it needs to work like a state tree, which is gonna be a lot more coding. Here we can, instead of target object, here we can have a base object dot combat module. Doesn't have damage taken, but the base object has damage taken. I feel like that should maybe just be in the combat module. And that will just override anything else, I think. Maybe? We're basically gonna have to just... If damage taken and current animation does not equal animation dictionary anim index.hurt, and we set it to hurt. And then we have to say, how should this work? If base object dot combat module dot is casting and parentheses current animation does not equal animation dictionary anim index dot casting intro. Now the question is, I could do this, right? Like I could use the animations and I can compare the animations. And I think that is technically not that big of a deal. I think it's literally just comparing like some hash ID, right? Like that's all it's doing. So comparing like some index against another index, that would probably be just the same. So this kind of just boils down to how annoying is it to write. Right, because I can do that. But is that what I want to do? I don't think so. I think what we're gonna do is if base object.combat module.isCasting, then we're gonna say if current animation does not equal casting intro, but here's where I do have to. I do have to do this, all of it. Like if we are casting, then we have to check, are we currently playing any of the casting animations? If the answer is no, then we're gonna set animation to casting intro. Else, if current animation equals casting intro, then if current time, let's see, check if animation ended. That's what I'm writing now, right? Current time is greater than current animation. Yeah. Check if animation ended. If true, then current animation equals, no, then set animation casting loop. Else we don't do anything. And else if current animation equals casting loop and base object dot combat module dot this is where things are a little bit like I'm not really sure what to do. Because I could make the skill itself control the animation, right? Like I could make the skill be like At this point, you're gonna tell the character that they are no longer, you know, or it could literally send something to the animator where it's like, at this point you do this, do this, do this. But I think I would prefer it if it like read the character instead. So here we have is casting right. But what I would like this to be is, instead of being a boolean, this should be a byte. A byte that's 0 to 4. Zero not casting, 1 casting intro, 2 casting loop, 3 casting end. I would prefer that. That way, we could say if combat module dot is casting equals, no, is greater than 0. No, that's not quite right either. Because it shouldn't have a casting intro sequence. It should just have casting and casting end. So 1 and 2. Not casting, casting, and then finish casting. Right? So what we're gonna do here is got some hair in my mouth. There. If combat module is greater than 0, then we're gonna say if current animation does not equal casting intro, and current animation does not equal casting loop, and is casting base object dot combat module dot is casting is less than 2. No. No, it has to be the way it was. There. So if we are not currently in the casting animation, then we're gonna set it to casting intro, and then that's it. And the next time we come in here, we're gonna say, if we are currently in the casting intro, then we're gonna check if the casting intro has ended, and if it has, then we're gonna set the animation to be the casting loop. And then here we're gonna say, if casting loop equals or if current animation equals casting loop and base object dot is casting equals 2, then we're gonna say check if animation ended. No, that won't work. I'm gonna have to say if current animation dot loop, then current animation dot loop equals false. And then we have to check if animation ended. And this should probably just be an if. Because then we have to set it to disable the loop. And then wait until the loop ends. And then we do the casting animation. I could just trigger the animation like that. But what happens if I do that is that casting something that's instant is gonna skip the entire first loop of the loop, and it's just gonna feel bad. But this also won't work. And why won't it work? It won't work because there's another scenario. So if this is an if instead of an else if, then what can happen is that, let's say it's a cast, it's a cast that doesn't have a cast time. And what I mean with cast time is that when you cast certain spells, the character gets shifted back in time to another like turn position in, or another time in the turn order. And then time has to pass until we reach that position. And then the casting finishes. And until we reach that, the player is just standing there in the casting animation the whole time, right? So So in that case, it works fine that we transition from not casting to finish casting, right? But if it's a spell that casts immediately, but still uses the casting animation, then it's just gonna be set to finish casting immediately, I would imagine. Because then we're just waiting for the casting animation to finish. And what would happen then is that we would first go in here and we would set the casting intro, and that would play, because here we do that and then it continues, and then we come in here and we check else if current animation equals casting intro. Then if the casting intro has ended, then we set the animation to casting loop. But then here, if we just check immediately after, and we check if the current animation is casting loop, and the is casting is set to 2, then we're gonna switch to the end animation. That's just gonna happen immediately. Well, maybe not. Because we set the animation here, and setting the animation sets the current index to 0. So even if I disable the loop, it would be fine. Now set animation should have something else that it does too. It should say current animation dot reset. And what does that mean? Doesn't mean much. It basically just means loop equals this needs to be virtual. And then we go to animation database and we check north. Reset doesn't need to do anything there, I would say, but in this case, well, maybe we don't change it in the animation itself. Maybe in the animation module, we have a boolean called loop. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna set, whenever we set a new animation, we're gonna set loop equals current animation dot loop. And then here, I'm kind of thinking bool mirror equals false. And then there we're gonna say public bool mirror mirror equals this dot mirror equals mirror. That way we can mirror here in the animator or in the animation module. I don't know if we should. Maybe. Maybe. Mirror here or mirror in another area, in another script. And then here, we don't set current animation. We just set loop equals false. Yeah. I suppose. So the question is, how should I handle states? Should that be like an enum? And then there's like an object state variable. that then gets set, that the animation module then reads. Is that the best way to do it? I don't think it really matters that much, as long as you go with one way or another. Probably fine. I think maybe that'll be that. Actually gone quite a bit over the time when I'm usually completely destroyed. I could probably continue, to be honest. I think... we'll have to see. If I start getting better, I'm gonna have to split the stream into two, I think. No, I'm not sure. I don't know what the goal is. Because right now, like I developed a plan with my physical therapist. And it was like exercising 3 times a week. And then on the days between, I'm gonna do like some minor other exercises for like fixing my tailbone and stuff. And we set the same kind of limitations for work. Instead of, because when I started trying to work again, it was like, I'm gonna work 5 days a week, 8 days, 8 hours a day. And I'm not even close to that. So, like, I think the goal is still 4 days, 4 hours, 3 days a week. And when that feels comfortable, I either extend that to like 6 hours, 3 days a week, or to like 4 hours, 4 days a week, or something like that, and then try to do more from there. Because one of my biggest limitations that I've had to like force on myself is that I don't really I kind of have to set limits, because otherwise I push myself too much. Did you immediately demoralize yourself last time you came back by doing too much? Not last time, but like maybe half a year ago. I was really trying to like do things, and it just ended up with me crashing again. Last time it was rather like the reason I disappeared was because of my hospital visit, really. I did stop like a week before that, but I think it was like happening like a week before I had to go to the hospital, because I was feeling pretty shitty that whole week. And honestly, it's not about demoralization. It's literally exhaustion. Like, I get so exhausted that I can't work. Like, I sit down at the computer and it's just like my brain it's just too exhausted to think. So it's not like a mental thing. It's an actual like physical thing. Where it's just too much. But I actually feel pretty good today, to be honest. I haven't said that in ages. But we'll stop there. We'll not push too much too early. I feel like this was a good day. Wednesday was also a good day, even if it was just a short day. I'm gonna eat. I'll be back in maybe 2 hours or so. Then we'll sit and just look at some Path of Exile stuff until the servers come up, and then we'll play some Path of Exile. So, until then, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.